Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials, grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Ms. Riska, can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Raski?
Here.
Raski?
Present.
Radke?
Present.
Present.
Bananas?
Here.
Present.
Council, we need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. First item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to highlight a couple of really big events that we had throughout April and continuing into May as we ramp up to summer. First and foremost, many of you have participated in the cleanup days over at DPW, hazardous waste drop-off, your electronic disposal, and also shred day. So those are always really popular, and we appreciate the community taking time to participate. In addition, everyone knows that we kicked off one of our largest programmatic enhancements in our city's history this past week. Last week, we started on May 1st our universal curbside recycling program. So now every resident, all 40,000 addresses in the city have the opportunity to set out curbside recycling every week. In addition, we have new carts, and we have a new ordinance that goes along with it that requires all the garbage go inside the cart now, the 95-gallon cart. So those have all been delivered, and it's been operational for a week now with a few glitches here and there. We're working with a vendor, Priority Waste, to iron all those out, so we appreciate everyone's patience. This month, continuing for the month of May, we'll be issuing warnings if there's garbage outside the containers. We certainly won't be writing any citations during the month of May. So we understand there's a bit of a learning curve and it's a new process, so everyone's getting used to it. But come June, we'll be a little more proactive with enforcement there. But again, a great shout out to the community and everyone who's been looking forward to this and participating. The compliance has worked incredibly well, and for that we're thankful. And also, I wanted to draw your attention to the screen just to highlight a couple of other events. And that was our first ever Green Earth Day, and this was April 27th, so last Saturday, and turned out to be a really popular event. Our Sustainability Commission was very involved in this, including our chairperson who's with us this evening, Nathan Inks. And we were able to give away more rain barrels to community members. That, too, has been an incredibly popular program. We've been able to, with grant funding and other funding, provide hundreds of barrels free to the community to be used for rain gardens and other outdoor water needs. In addition, there was a lot of fun activity involving children, but most importantly, lots of trees were planted. In fact, 20 trees were planted all over Dodge Park, and you can see everyone had a really great time and is very educational. So we appreciate the hundreds of people that came out to this first-time event. We look forward to growing it bigger and better in future years. And then also I wanted to highlight our Shine event, which was last Saturday. We have this 2 times a year in the spring and in the fall. Shine stands for the Neighborhood, Sterling Heights Initiative for Neighborhood Excellence, Shine. And the whole idea behind this program is we go out and help individuals, volunteers, our volunteer corps helps individuals who are unable to maintain their properties, including raking leaves, mowing grass, trimming shrubbery, painting sheds and the like. It goes on and on. This program also has been very popular. We've been doing this about, I want to say 15 years or so. And this past Saturday, we had 80 individuals that showed up from our volunteer corps to help clean up 20 homes throughout the community. And then we'll do it again in the fall. Some of them will be the same homes, but other ones as well. And then we have corporations that help throughout the year, Home Depot and Lowe's and so on. I want to thank council members who participate in the program, including Henry Yanez this past weekend. I had the honor of serving on his team along with Ron Hemler with our community foundation. They did a lot of the heavy lifting, but I was able to help out where I could. So for those of you interested in this program, you can find out more on our website and also sign up to help out in the fall. And then I also wanted to highlight some upcoming events. We have the ever popular Plant Exchange on May 11th. So that would be this Saturday at Dodge Park from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So look forward to that at 9:30, to 11:30 a.m. And that is actually at our Nature Center. I'm jumping ahead of myself. And then the following weekend, we have the Treasure Hunters Market, which many of you who have participated in that know it's very popular. And that will take place at Dodge Park from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then really exciting, on May 25th, the splash pad opens up, so that is a true sign of summer beginning. But most importantly, we have our Memorial Day Parade, which is now less than 3 weeks away, believe it or not. The parade is one of our marquee events, and that is on Memorial Day, May 27th. And the ceremony begins at 9 a.m. and starts at, and the parade starts at 10 p.m. We'll once again have a flyover from the Tuskegee Airmen and possibly a flyover from Selfridge Air Base, but we'll see. They can never guarantee, but they always tell us that they have us on the list. We'll have at least 75 groups again participating in the parade, and we have thousands of people that turn out to watch the parade. So it really is a point of pride for the community. And this year, 41A District Court Chief Judge Steve Sarowski is our Grand Marshal. Judge Sarowski's military service started in 1983 as a navigator assigned to B-52s for Strategic Air Command. His duties included nuclear war deterrence while he was stationed at Griffiths Air Force Base, eventually serving overseas in Operation Desert Shield for 7 months. So we're very honored to have our Chief Judge serve as Grand Marshal this year. And also we have a number of other ambassadors that are involved in the parade every year. And I wanted to take just a minute and this opportunity to introduce veteran Ray Nadolski, who would like to talk a little bit about the parade.
Good evening. First of all, I wanted to take a moment to thank everyone that shopped at the 18-mile Kroger this past weekend. The VFW was able to raise $850 from your donations. Henry, I think I saw you there too. But not a lot of coins this year. Funny thing, people are putting dollar bills in, 5s, 10s. So really appreciate it. I thank the people at Kroger. It's always a very big event for us. As far as the Memorial Day Parade, we have a couple of vehicles there it is. Chief he's probably looking at the 50 cal on that Jeep going, okay, I want to make sure that's not a real one. But we have a couple of vehicles that we have drivers coming along with them. So the Jeep that you see there, it is a 50 cal. And we'll make sure that it has a dummy pin or doesn't have a pin. And the other vehicle is called a quad. So the drivers are veterans that from other posts that will drive these vehicles. So this year I am going to take a stand and do the marching along Dodge Park, which I haven't done for years because of the neuropathy, which seems to have dissipated. So I'm going to ask any veteran that wants to join us in that march, including our quartermaster, Steve Billen, back there, our money guy in the post. You know, we like people to march along, and it's one of those things, we used to do it with flags and M1s and things like that. It's many years gone by. So I think that's about it. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, sir.
And Mayor, of course, then we really kick off the summer season with Thursdays in Dodge Park beginning in June. So look forward to a jam-packed summer schedule ramping up to Sterling Fest. And lastly, at the conclusion of tonight's meeting, I'm requesting that City Council convene a closed session pursuant to Sections 8C and 8H of the Open Meetings Act in connection with the negotiation of collective bargaining agreements and to discuss with the city attorney 3 confidential legal opinions. And Mayor, that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. This is a public hearing and budget adoption. Ms. Verney, anything for tonight?
Just a really short
Sure thing.
presentation, sorry.
No need to apologize. This is pretty important, so take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city charter requires that a public hearing be held before the budget's adoption. And so we're just going to do a really brief overview of everything we've discussed. So as a reminder, the proposed budget was submitted to council on March 28th. And since that time, it has been available for public inspection on the city's website, as well as the clerk's office and the public library. And the appropriations ordinance was introduced at the April 9th city council meeting. So just a brief review, the proposed city budget totals $252 million and is broken down into the major fund types as shown here. The total fund budget decreased about $34.5 million or 12% from the prior year. And that's primarily in American Rescue Plan Act funding and road funds due to timing and the completion of Mound Road in the current year. There is increased spending in refuse and recycling due to the new contract, water and sewer due to rate increases, and the general fund primarily due to personnel costs. The general fund budget totals $125.7 million, which is an increase of $5.6 million or 4.7%. And again, the cost increases are primarily due to personnel, including wages, the police and fire pension contribution, and health insurance increases. At the present time, there were no amendments made to the proposed budget as presented. And the expected general fund revenues exceed expenditures by just under $89,000, resulting in addition to fund balance. And again, this brings our cumulative fund balance to about $37 million at the end of fiscal '25, about 30% of expenditures. The proposed city millage rate for the 2024 tax year is slightly higher at 16.5823 mils, higher than last year. Now, this includes a small decrease from what was presented due to the receipt of final calculations from the county, which included a Headley rollback. So the rollback reduces the maximum allowable millage, and that affects safe streets and recreating recreation. So you can see the original budget had them at the same rates as 23-24. This budget to be adopted tonight has a slight decrease in both of those millages due to the Headley rollback. So based on an average home with taxable value of about $98,000, the annual city taxes will be about $1,630 or $136 per month. In summary, the proposed budget preserves the city's solid financial position, includes a small tax increase primarily due to refuse, preserves low water and sewer rates, includes funding for $22 million in major road improvements, and fully funds all long-term liabilities. The budget also funds a replacement ambulance, 16 police vehicles, and other public safety equipment, funds a mass text notification system, Wi-Fi access in Dodge Park, and the repair of the Nature Center Bridge. And finally, funds ongoing facilities and infrastructure maintenance, including parking lot repair, park trail replacement, and water and sewer main televising and repairs. The appropriations ordinance is a legislative vehicle that allows for the expenditure of funds throughout the city. The ordinance reflects the city's council's plans for expenditures and revenues and sets the total property tax millage rate. The appropriations ordinance was introduced at the April 9th city council meeting. And again, the ordinance before you includes a small decrease to the city tax rate as presented due to a Headley rollback, but no other amendments. And at this time, we respectfully request the mayor and city council for approval of the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Varney. So at this time, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Ms. Elias.
Council. I'd like to start out with the Assistant City Manager position, which I believe is unnecessary, a waste of our employees' time.
Do you mind pulling the microphone down?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yep, that's better.
Can I
Thank you.
start again?
Go ahead.
This Assistant City Manager position that you have added for this year on the budget is really unnecessary and a waste of our employees' time and our tax dollars. As stated by our city manager, this position is to provide oversight and support to the police, fire, and public works departments, in addition to being the driving force for implementation of the DEI, which is Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program. Yet the police department just hired a deputy police chief, and a fire department just hired an assistant fire chief. So I don't see a need why we need an assistant manager to support this group when you've provided this additional full-time position. And both Michael Taylor and Michael Radke stated that this position was really planned for further DI majors within the three departments of the police, the fire, and public works. So this is really the reason for the push of this position. You couldn't probably sell it as a full-time position as DEI, so you cloaked it with the assistant city manager and tried to present it that way. If we have an assistant deputy for fire and police, why do we need to continue with this spending of our dollars? People may not realize, but we had consultant that you guys hired for 2 years for diversity, equity, inclusion, and they created the DEI, Diversity and Equity Employee Council. I don't think we need to perpetuate this ideology trading any longer. You've already put it for 2 years. HR certainly can take it from there and save the money that you were going to spend of $220,000 for this position. You said it's for a successive plan. You know, a lot of successive plans already have people within the workforce that they train or know about that might be interested. So you might save some money there. Also, Mr. Henry Yanis listed top cities that are comparable to our city numbers of residents and shared they only have one assistant manager and one city manager. And Ms. Koski mentioned that the HR department is very capable of continuing these efforts with the DEI Employee Council. So again, no need for this assistant city manager / DEI. The facts are changing our DEI. Lots of companies and universities dismantled their DEI program. MIT just recently removed their DEI program. She said, we can build an inclusive environment in many ways, but compelled statement on freedom of expression just does not work for them. And recently, a Harvard law professor urged the Ivy League to eliminate its mandatory DEI statement, arguing faculty and staff have to basically have to have to toe the political line. He is a scholar on the left who is committed to struggle for social justice, but he said the practice of demanding DEI ought to be abandoned both at Harvard and beyond. At Arizona State University, a professor is suing the university because it mandated DEI. He states it divides people based upon race and assigns blame based on skin color. In these times, we need to look towards commonalities that unite and bind us, such as our community, our Constitution, our freedoms, and equality under the law, rather than look forward to the things that divide us by our race, our sex, and ethnicity. People are afraid to express views, and it threatens employment or advancement for those who dissent from prevailing thoughts on DEI.
All right, thank you, Ms. Elias. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else under this item? Yes, sir.
Good evening. I agree with the last speaker wholeheartedly, but my concern is I have a neighbor who's in his 80s. He lost his wife 3 years ago. He's on a fixed income. And with you adding positions in the sums of $220,000 a year plus whatever else falls in line, I'm worried about him and my other neighbors that are elderly. Because as it is now, my wife and I help him every chance we can, providing a meal at night, helping him with different things around the house, because he can't afford these things. And I don't think it's right that we highly tax our elderly like this. They've worked their whole lives to pay taxes, raise a family, and provide for the community. And as they get older, you're going to tax them out of their house? He's going to have to choose between food, medication, or paying taxes? I don't think it's right. I don't think we need this position. We have everything in place that covers those areas that you're looking at. I just ask that you look at the community that you're supposed to be serving, because there's people in my community over here off of 15 in Dodge Park that are struggling, and I don't think we need to do that to them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else under this public hearing? Mr. Marshall-Owens.
My name is Harry Marshall-Owens. I'm a resident of Sterling Heights. I too am kind of concerned about having backup people somebody else backing them up. It appeared, from what I was able to pull from all this, was that this was a.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Position.
Pardon me, Mr. Marshall.
Hold on, Harry. Guys, because of the acoustics in here, it's very distracting. It's like we can hear what you're saying, so you probably don't want that either. So if you don't mind, if you want to talk, you can go outside and close the door, but it is distracting. It's tough for us to hear the speaker. Go ahead, Mr. Marshall-Owens.
It troubles me to feel that we need a special individual that's going to look into things that are not normally what the city would be, especially this city, would even be involved with. We elect a council and a mayor because we feel that they are capable of doing this. If they can't do that, maybe what we need is different people. You know, let's face it. This city has never taken advantage of any race, religion, creed, color, or anything else. Our police department handles everything on a one-to-one basis. They don't ask what church you belong to or anything else. I can't understand why this group up here can't handle those particular tasks themselves. And if you really don't think you can, don't run next year, okay? We'll find somebody that can do that. There's a lot of people out there that would like a part-time job that pays pretty decent wages. And it just doesn't make sense to me or quite a few other people. There's not many here today because I didn't find out about this thing coming up until about 5 o'clock this afternoon. We canceled some personal things in order to get here. Don't admit that you can't handle your jobs. And if you feel yourself that you can't handle those, that you can't be fair to other people, don't run. We don't really need you up here because it's just going to be lawsuit city. And we don't need to hire people to back up other people unless we're going to have each one of the council members backed up in case somebody else doesn't show up at some particular point, it's gotta come to an end. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marshalones. Anyone else? Not, I'll close the public hearing, and council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Sarowski.
resolve to adopt the annual appropriations ordinance for the 24-25 fiscal year as amended with the following property tax millage rates: 9.4940 mills for operations, 1.3558 mills for refuse collection, 2.4435 mills for police and fire pension, 2.394 mills for safe streets, and 0.9196 mills for recreation, for a total property tax levy of 16.5823 mills.
Support. All right, it's been moved and supported. Unfortunately, you left off about 0.06 of a mil on safe streets.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Mr. Koszybski, can we just clarify? She said 2.394 mils for safe streets.
Oh,
It should be
3694 mills.
Yeah, it should be
Clarification.
2.3694. So is the motion for 2.3694 mils, Ms. Sarowski?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's been moved and supported.
Don't want to leave out that 6.
No. Mrs. Sarowski, any discussion?
Yes, just very briefly, I did want to clarify, and let's make it clear that when we are adding positions in the offices of the city, it certainly is not something that city council can do. We are a legislative body, and we are adding office positions. So that is not something that as a legislative body, we cannot work for the city. So that when we add positions to assist our city manager or police chiefs, we need to make it quite clear to the residents that we as council are not able to work in the city offices. So we hire people to do these jobs, and that's what we're making sure we have here. Yes, we do want to make sure that our city is a very fair city, but the office of that position that is one of the many positions in our city, the assistant city manager, will be overseeing the DEI program. It is not the only function that that city manager assistant would be doing, and it is not the only function that we want them to do. It is certainly not something that we as city council members could do. It is not something appropriate for us to do, and it's not something that we are able to do as elected officials. So I did want to make that clear. And I do want to thank Mrs. Varney and the rest of the department heads who put together this budget. It is a hard-fought, hard-worked over hard work, very hard struggle to get a budget put together. And we had 2 meetings here. So this is not something that's new or just brought up at this meeting. We had 2 separate meetings in addition to our city council meetings that were well publicized, that all the residents could come to listen to this budget, and I appreciate all their hard work. And so I'm in favor of this budget that we labored over, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mr. Radke, anything?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, briefly through the chair to Mrs. Varney, could you explain to me why the numbers changed for our rollback? We didn't think we were going to be subject to Headley rollbacks this year, and why is it now?
Mrs. Varney?
Yeah, when we did the original taxable value estimate, we didn't think it was going to be a rollback. There was actually a last-minute change by the State Tax Commission in how to account for the taxable value related to the veterans' property tax exemption. And so the county, Macomb County, actually had to recalculate the Headley rollback, the millage reduction fraction for every community in the county. And we just got those numbers like last week. Whenever I present the budget, we are doing estimates of taxable value because I don't have final numbers from the Board of Review and such. But this was unique in that it was a last-minute change that actually affected every community in Macomb County and resulted in unfortunately, a Headley rollback. But for us, because we don't charge our full allowable millage rate and operating, so it didn't affect the operating millage, but it does affect safe streets and the recreating recreation.
The overrides.
That I had to reduce slightly up to the maximum allowable per the state law.
And because of that, are we just not going to put as much money into fund balance this coming year, or how does this affect the overall number of the budget?
It's pretty minor, so I actually didn't change the estimates of tax revenue, because it's a really small change. Recreating recreation goes in the Parks and Rec Fund, so that doesn't affect general fund balance at all. Safe Streets, a portion goes into local roads, but a portion of Safe Streets does go into general fund. So we would collect slightly lower taxes, but I wasn't enough of a difference that I felt the numbers should be adjusted for the budget.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mrs. Varney. I guess I want to second what Mrs. Sarowski said. You know, people come up here and they say, you have two deputy chiefs in the fire department. You've just created a deputy chief in the police department. The police department has 161 employees, officers, excuse me. They have about 200 employees. Mr. Vanderpool oversees an organization that has almost 800 employees. So it's almost shocking for me to hear that a smaller area should have more managers, but the entire organization should have fewer managers. It doesn't make much sense. And I think the entire council will agree that we have a large organization here that requires a lot of detailed time. Last week, I spent a couple hours actually talking with the assistant city manager, Jeff Bohorsky, and he talked a lot about what he's been focusing on, which is contract negotiation, HR, because he's not just the assistant city manager, he's also the HR director. He is a dual responsibility position. So he basically told me that he welcomes this new role because he would like to assist the city manager more, but he's unable to because he is so, I don't want to say overwhelmed, but he is at his level. He is working as hard as he can to negotiate the many major contracts, and we're going to go into closed session tonight to discuss. So I think this position, while overseeing DE&I, that's not why we're creating the position. We already created the position of DE&I officer. We're literally transferring the role to a larger role to do more work around here. We kind of melded it together because this is something Mr. Vanderpool wanted and something we wanted. So we created a fusion role to hopefully save the taxpayers some money. So I think a lot of what this boils down to is just fear. Fear of change, fear of our city changing. I lived in Sterling Heights for 27 years. And frankly, when some people come up to the podium and tell me what Sterling Heights is like, I feel like I must have lived in a very different city at times. And it's very frustrating to me because I've been here for 27 years. And I live at 15 Mile in Dodge Park. I actually live at 15 Maple Lane now, but I grew up at 15 in Dodge Park. So I understand that neighborhood very closely. And for the life of me, it's like two worlds sometimes. And I think that the city is doing everything it can to propel itself into the future. So I support this budget. I made some motions that failed. That's what happens around budget time. We all think to try to get what we want out of the budget, what we think is best for the budget, but it's a consensus budget. We've agreed on this. So I'm happy to support it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else, council?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Just a couple of things. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool, I've been hearing rumblings about our refuge millage, which increased, and I would just like some clarification for the residents. So we, with this new priority waste contract, are saving $23 million over 10 years. However, residents are saying, but our refuse costs went up. Well, what cost hasn't gone up? So can you, through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, can you kind of explain how that is, or Ms. Varney, whoever wants to take that? You know, everybody's costs went up. Every bill in my house has gone up. So it's just logic that that bill is going to go up. However, we are still saving $23 million from the next lowest bidder. So
Yeah.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Schmidt, I'm happy to respond in a macro sense, and I know Ms. Varney would be happy to follow up with some details. So, on average, property taxes for the refuse program went up approximately $30 a year for the average priced home in Sterling Heights. Now, that increase, as you mentioned, is largely related to inflationary pressures. We were in a long-term contract with GFL that was expiring. So it was only natural that we would see an inflationary increase in our refuse costs. But in addition, we were able to leverage through a very competitive bidding process. We were able to save, as you mentioned, $23 million from the next lowest bidder and add significant enhancements to our service delivery. Universal curbside recycling. Think about that. I mean, we are a community, a large community, a sophisticated community, highly respected in the state of Michigan, and our recycling rate was about 25%. The best practice is 75%. So now through this enhancement in our new program, we're going to get closer to 75%, where we should be. In addition, the community is going to be cleaner. It's going to be more aesthetically pleasing. We won't have carts blowing all over. The number one complaint that a lot of you received on refuse collection day is, my cart is in the street. My cart was knocked over. Typically, those were weather conditions. Smaller carts blowing all over the community, not to mention wet garbage, putrescible waste set out in bags for rodents to get into, squirrels, other vermin, as you could imagine. That's not possible now because it's all containerized. That too is a best practice. So for this relatively minor cost adjustment, the value-added service to the community is absolutely significant. But I'm sure I left out a couple of details.
Ms. Varney, anything?
Yeah, the only thing I would add, if I could get a slide put up down, if they can hear me. So this was a slide I showed at the first budget hearing. But the one thing I would add is, again, you have to remember we had an 8-year fixed contract with GFL. Fixed. It didn't rise $1 for 8 years. So when we went out to bid, even if we'd have bid the exact same services that we had now, it was going to go up. Think of inflation over 8 years. It was probably going to go up 20%. So we went out to bid. So we knew it was going to go up for inflation, and then we had these extra services. So I will tell you that the bids that we got, the priority waste, was far below what we thought we were going to get, pleasantly. And so again, it was $23 million over the second lowest bid. So we absolutely saved money over the second lowest bid. But yes, it's a more expensive contract than the 8-year fixed contract that it replaced. So again, as Mr. Vanderpool mentioned, for the average home, about $35 increase. And then the other thing I'd like to point out, though, is for the nearly 10,000 homes that were paying $57 a year for curbside recycling, of which, I was one of, the net cost to almost all of those homes, I believe I calculated the break even on that was almost a $200,000 taxable value. So almost all of the 10,000 homes that paid the $57 will actually have a net savings because their taxes will go up less than $57. So I think that's just the confusion, is it's a $23 million savings over what the next lowest bid would have been. But of course, because of inflation and all of the additional services, it is a more expensive contract than the 8-year fixed cost contract that we were replacing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. And as far as tax bills, I look at my tax bill, and I have to tell you, my city portion of the tax bill is probably the lowest portion of the tax bill. The county, and especially Warren Consolidated Schools, if you're in Utica schools, you're getting a bargain, because Warren Con is almost twice the millage rate. We pay a ton for Warren Consolidated. That is the biggest bulk. MISD has another big tax. Those are the biggest bulk of our tax bill. Well, for $1,600 or even if it's $2,000 a year for the city services that we have, the police and the fire, if and when, God forbid, we need them, and everything else, we have water coming out of our taps, and we have good, clean water coming out of our taps. We have services, we have roads. I think we do pretty well. We get a pretty big bang for our buck. So, our tax bills are really county and school heavy. And I think everybody just needs to take a fine look at their tax bill and see that this city, this council, I think, is very diligent on how we spend your money, because it's our money. Don't forget that, it's our money. So I'm going to end with the assistant city manager position, and that's what I'm calling it, the assistant city manager position, not the DEI position, it's the assistant city manager position. And, I was one of you at one point sitting in the audience, and I had no idea what it was like to be up here. Now I know it's totally different than what you think it is when you're sitting down there. What Mr. Vanderpool and Mr. Bohorsky do in this city, the workload is unbelievable. And to think that, people are questioning why we should need another assistant city manager, I get it. However, I understand the justification behind it. And hopefully, if this passes tonight, everyone will realize the hard work and the much work that the two are doing right now, and how they need some relief on that workload as well. So I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm not going to repeat too much of what my colleagues have already said, because I agree with their comments. But through the chair to Mrs. Varney, I know that there were a couple of quotes as to what this position was going to cost the residents. Could you please give an accurate account of what this position is paying?
Yeah, some of that's probably my fault. So again, this is a position that's, hasn't been filled. We're just starting to go out to look to fill it. So the numbers that were talked about at the last budget hearing were kind of based on our current assistant city manager, which I did not assume that a new assistant city manager would make as much as our current experienced assistant city manager. But again, it's hard to say, to be honest. So in the budget, I budgeted $180,000 for wages and benefits. But now when we go out to fill that position, again, it's hard to say. So, I think the $200,000 number that we talked about is, it's a 180 to 220 for wages and benefits is probably a reasonable range, depending on the qualifications and experience of the person that we get for the job.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for, and everybody that helped you put this budget together, because we do appreciate it. And I'm glad we had the meetings, it's time consuming, but it certainly is informative. When we talk about succession planning, if you were to do this in a corporation, you would, yes, look for somebody that's internal that might be interested, and maybe groom them because they're already there. In our case, maybe we don't have anybody that's interested, and we won't find that out until we go out looking for that assistant city manager position. So that will be one way for us to find out, who will have this job. But for a city our size, we are not top-heavy. When you meet with other communities, they tell you that, you only have a city manager and an assistant city manager. there are cities or townships that are smaller than ours that have a bigger support staff at the top. So this isn't unusual. I mean, and I've been grateful that in the last, I'm going to say, few months, that this has become a topic that we're talking about throughout the state, is succession planning in government, because you can't find anybody that wants these positions because everybody thinks government's a dirty word anymore, and it isn't. So this is something I think that we need. I think we've talked about this in some of our planning workshops that we've done, strategic planning, that we need to get this position. So I'm in favor of it, certainly in favor of the rest of the budget. And we know that this is a guide for us. And although we will implement it July 1, we'll have time to look at this. And if we need to make any changes, we can do that in December. So, and it doesn't matter. It's a living document that keeps changing. If we had an emergency that came up in September, we would be able to go back to this budget and make adjustments. So for me, right now, I'm happy with what's being presented, and I will be in favor of this budget. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Anyone else? I guess not. Okay, so I'll go.
I'll go.
Okay,
Did you not want to speak?
Mr. Yanez.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We're gonna have a fight over here. This is interesting. So, there's a saying, perfect is the enemy of the good. Overall, this is a pretty fair budget. I'm gonna support it. But I'm gonna disagree with my colleagues on council. This assistance, first of all, the police chief came to us and said, I'm overwhelmed, I need some help. He has 3 captains, but he needs more help. We got him a deputy chief, which we still haven't hired yet, but we're getting him a deputy chief. Same thing happened to the fire department. We had 1 assistant chief. He was basically running the whole thing. He was overwhelmed, and he needed help. We got a 2nd assistant chief to help run the fire department. Then this 2nd assistant city manager shows up in our book and in our budget book, and it's like, why do we need a 2nd assistant city manager? No one ever came to us and said, I'm overwhelmed, we need to have this. And then, oh, by the way, they're also in charge of DEI. Oh, by the way. So now we're gonna have a police chief that has captains and a deputy chief underneath him, and then a city manager over him, assistant city manager. Fire chief who has 2 deputy chiefs and a fire marshal underneath him, and assistant city manager over him, and then the DPW as well. And I'm not really sure what our chiefs are going to be doing. I guess they're 30,000-foot people now, where they just, they look at problems, and I really don't know. As a matter of fact, other than the fact that our chart shows this assistant city manager over police, fire, and DPW, I really don't know what they're going to be doing. We're going to hire somebody $200,000 a year to oversee 3 people? I guess so. We could have had a DEI program 2 years ago. City manager could have installed a DEI program, could have assigned it to somebody if it was that important. But the fact of the matter is, I think this is probably more about looks than actually DEI. We couldn't find somebody to hire for $100,000 a year. So you know what? Throw another $100,000 on there, maybe we'll be able to find somebody. We've had overwhelmed employees before. We had a former city planner. We used to applaud him for doing emails at 1 o'clock in the morning, and he begged for help. We never got him help, so he left and he went to another city. Now, fortunately, we have a new city planner and 3 assistants, right? And they do a fantastic job for us. I want to make sure I say that. And as far as we don't know what the experience is going to be, if you're going to be in charge of the 3 biggest departments in the city, you better be damn well experienced. You better hire somebody that's experienced, because you're not going to put somebody, you want to see a revolt, tick off all the police officers and firefighters in the city. Because their boss has a boss who doesn't know what they're doing. Succession planning, I haven't seen anything from city management. The city manager, the assistant city manager says, I'm separating from service at this time. I'm going to stay till I'm 65. I'm going to leave when I'm 62. I haven't seen anything. What's the succession plan? When is the succession plan? at the end of the meeting, I'm going to ask the city manager to provide city council with a succession, with a document that says when they think they're going to separate from service, just so we have an idea. I think this is frankly, I said before, you know, I looked up other communities. They don't have a second assistant city manager. Then I was told, well, it's not the, you know, first I'm told it's the size of the organization. Then I said, well, it's not the size of the organization. It's the style of how the organization is run. And still can't find 2 assistant city managers. So we're going to get one. We could have hired for an extra $100,000. We could have hired 2 more fire inspectors to actually go out and inspect all our buildings that don't get inspected. And if you watch the last meeting, you'll hear that, oh yeah, we did over 2,000 inspections and they're all annual inspections. Well, they weren't. And that's not enough. So I'm going to vote yes. I hear what you're saying. And those of you who come up to all the city council meetings and talk about your neighbors or yourselves that are on fixed incomes, I'm going to say, I hear you. I hear you. I get what you're saying when you're talking about pinching pennies. And we just throw thousands of dollars around up here like, well, we're saving money. We do run an efficient organization. But even if we run an efficient organization, we still should have a certain level of empathy for the people who are struggling on a day-to-day basis, the people who pay the taxes so we can sit up here and do this. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to vote yes. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Do you want to speak, Mrs. Koski?
Yes, please. Thank you. Through the chair to probably Ms. Varney. When you were talking about the garbage contract, it's a 23 million increase over a 10-year period. Our prior contract was a fixed rate for 8 years. Now, this new contract, am I correct in saying that there is a 3% increase each and every year?
Yeah, I believe it's about 3%. So just to be clear, the $23 million is how much we are saving over the second highest bidder the second lowest bidder over the 10 years. But to answer your question, yes, this contract does have I believe it's 3% increase each year for the 10 years, but that's reflected when we compared the bids, we compared the costs over the 10-year period, which would have included that inflationary increase that they included in their proposal.
So each one of the bidders had a 3% increase. So that 23 million is on true, correct figures.
I don't know offhand exactly if the bidders had a 3% increase each year, but what we did, we added up the total cost over the 10 years as they bid it, and the difference was 23 million between the lowest and the second lowest bidders. So yes, the difference or savings includes any inflationary increases annually that the bidders included in their bid.
Okay, so we can plan on 3% increase each and every year rather than a fixed rate, but yet we're still saving the 23 million over 10 years.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. In regard to our assistant city manager, are we going to, and I'm probably through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, are we going to open that position to internal personnel first before we go out looking for an assistant city manager?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Koski, we will advertise the position, and any internal candidates will have the opportunity at the same time as external candidates to apply for it as well. So if there are internal candidates interested, we certainly encourage them to apply. We'll take a good look at it, and our job at the end of the day will be to get the best possible candidate.
So in other words, it will be open to everyone, not internal first. Correct?
That is a question for our Assistant City Manager, HR Director, who will be here a little later on. You can ask him that question. There may be, with the executive group, I'm not sure we have that requirement there. I'm not sure there's anyone qualified beyond that, but I'll clarify that with him and report back to you.
And I'm assuming that council will receive something in regard to exactly what the qualifications and what the duties of this position will be. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly correct. As we do with any director position, we always share the recruitment with you, including the job description, and provide you updates. After all, you'll have to confirm the position, so we want this to be a very inclusive process. And I want to reiterate again, this city does not have a traditional assistant city manager, unlike Grand Rapids, who has a deputy city manager and an assistant city manager. Our city does not have that. We're the second largest council manager community in the state, not far behind Grand Rapids. We do not have a traditional assistant city manager. I just wanted to clarify some misstatements that were made earlier.
You're absolutely correct. We went many, many years with no assistant whatsoever. And then we went through a number of assistants and then no assistants. So yes, you're absolutely correct. And I'm just kind of surprised that now staffing levels are pretty much the same as they have been over the years. Other than when we went through COVID, but yet now we need 2 assistant city managers, and that's what I'm having a hard time with that. So other than that, budget is fine, and I always say cut back on the consultants, and I will continue to say that. So our population is increasing in age, and of course I'm one of them, and I tend to count my pennies and my nickels and my quarters more so now than I did 10 years ago. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. For my comments, I want to start off by thanking city staff, especially Mrs. Varney, for putting the budget together, for all of our directors, managers, supervisors, employees who contributed to this effort. It always goes very smoothly, even when there are a number of amendments. This year we did not have any, but I want to thank the city staff for all their diligent hard work in putting this budget together. I also want to just take a minute to sort of talk on the complexity of this organization. I have the experience of representing businesses as an attorney in private practice, and I've been involved in owning businesses, very, very small, like 1 employee, me. So I'm not going to say that I have a ton of experience running major businesses, certainly not a business the size of this organization. We have approaching 600 full-time employees, well over $200 million budget, hundreds of millions of dollars in pension and retirement funds. We are a large organization, and most importantly, we're very complex. You can imagine if you're thinking about the business you work for in the audience or when you're at home, I don't imagine there's a lot of businesses this size where you're under 1,000 residents or under 1,000 employees, but you have a police department, and a police department is doing something very distinct, very unique, very demanding, and very public. And contrast that with, say, the library doing something totally different. And you take the library and compare it to what's happening in our finance department, and our finance department to what's going on in the fire department, and the fire department to engineering, and engineering to roads, and roads to the DPW, and the DPW, I mean, it goes on. This is a complex organization with a wide range of services that are being delivered. services that are all connected and that they relate to this city and they relate to what you've grown accustomed to. But there's nothing particular about the Parks and Recreation Department that necessarily makes it similar to the police department, except for that they're both employed by the same organization. The reason I bring this up is like if I might manage a shop, I might be the CEO of a company that has 600 employees doing tool and die work, and you're mostly all working on the same thing. Now, there's some differences, of course, with human resources and with accounting and with legal, but I mean, for the most part, you're all working towards the exact same thing. Here, the Parks and Recreation's goal, of course, it's to improve the quality of life for our residents, and that's the police department's goal as well, but they're doing vastly different functions, vastly different. And so we, I think, have a weakness in that we don't have enough leadership at the top to completely manage those departments as effectively as we can. And certainly, we've made do without, and I think we've done a very good job without. But I don't think that that's necessarily the way it should be, that if we can improve on service at a relatively low cost, we should do that. The numbers are staggering when you have a budget of well over $200 million annually. It is a relatively minor thing to hire a position at this cost, but I'm not going to downplay it and say $150,000 to $200,000 isn't a lot of money. But in terms of the complexity of this organization and the necessity for it, I see the need to have more support for our city manager. I went over this a little bit at the last meeting, but just the amount of issues that we bring because of our form of government, that the city council is elected to represent the residents and the business owners and the taxpayers. And certainly we field a lot of resident issues, constituent concerns. And they're not all complaints. They're not all just, hey, kudos on this job or that job. A lot of them are just very practical. Hey, how do I get this done? What do I do about this? What do I do about that? And based on our charter and based on our form of government, it's not really appropriate for me to call up a clerk in the, say, finance department and direct them what to do. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not supposed to do that. I won't do that. That's not how our organization is set up. So what I do is I go through our city manager. And the city manager then goes to maybe Mrs. Varney or goes to the employee themselves. Mr. Vanderpool is dealing with managing 500 plus employees, thinking about big picture things, has to stay apprised of what's going on with the federal government. Are there grants available? Is there federal spending that we need to be applying for? State spending that we should be applying for? State grants? Every single development that you see going on in the city of Sterling Heights, from the Chaldean Community Foundation to the proposals at Lakeside Mall to regular old things that are coming in. Every day there are hundreds, if not thousands, of touch points between the city. I would say every day there are thousands and thousands of touch points between our city employees and the general public. And the city manager's job is to manage all of that, manage hundreds of employees. So to me, the need is certainly there. If you look at any organization that has a budget of, say, $250 million, a revenue of $250 million, between 500 and 1,000 employees, and all the various functions that we're doing, you're going to have a CEO, you're probably going to have a president, you're going to have a chief operating officer, you're probably going to have a director of operations, and each of those positions are going to be well-staffed. And so to say, well, we're just going to pluck one guy and make him do all of that, kudos to Mr. Vanderpool. He's made it look easy, but just because he's made it look easy and he's done a good job of it doesn't mean that the need isn't there. So because of those reasons, I think that that's important. Now, one other thing I want to bring, a couple other things. So Mrs. Elias, Miss Elias, you had mentioned that, we couldn't sell this as a DEI full-time position, so we kind of have this convoluted. Well, that's wrong. There was a full-time DEI position budgeted last year. So it's not that we couldn't sell it. We did sell it. We voted on it. We approved it. We budgeted it. So this is a full-time DEI position that's sort of being converted. So if the concern is, hey, you don't need somebody spending all of their time on DEI, I'd say that's sort of what we're agreeing with you in passing this budget and creating this position, that will be a function of the assistant city manager, but that assistant city manager will also oversee the police department, the fire department, and the DPW. And, respectfully, Mr. Yanez, I think you said something like this person's going to oversee 3 people. Well, that's not the truth. As Mr. Radke said, the police department's something like 200 people. The fire department's 100 firefighters. The DPW is dozens and dozens of men and women in the DPW. So we're talking about nearly half the organization there. And if you look at from a purely budgetary standpoint, looking at our general fund, police, fire, and DPW make up significantly more than half of our general fund expenditures. So those are important departments. They're very public departments. And if you need the police, the fire, or the DPW, you have a very serious need, right? If you're having an interaction with our police department, if you're having an interaction with our fire department, or if you're having an interaction with the DPW, odds are that this is one of the most serious issues you've maybe ever dealt with. So having good leadership at the top that can focus on those issues is something that I think that if we can afford to do, and we certainly can afford to do it, I don't see why we wouldn't do it. Of course, taxes are a major issue, and I think every one of the members on the city council empathizes with people. We're not the wealthiest community in Michigan, not far from it. I think we're a very solid middle-class community with hardworking people that don't flaunt a lot of wealth, that aren't throwing money around frivolously, and this council is made up of people like that. So when, as it's been mentioned, when people say, well, you work for me, I work for me too. I don't want to waste money. I'm not throwing money away. I pay a lot of money in taxes, and I don't want to see it wasted either. So I think that we all empathize. The way that these budgets work, I mean, when you're talking about a $200 plus million budget, if this position, if this position were just eliminated, if the council said we're just going to eliminate this position, the reality is, folks, that what would happen is that funding, that money would not get spent. It would just stay in the account. It would stay in fund balance. It would be put into the rainy day fund. We're not going to, the $150,000 to reduce your taxes, it'd be like 1 cent, 10 cents a year. So that's, the reality is, I feel strongly that having an assistant city manager that can improve operations in our city and provide better service to our residents is worth a nickel a year or something like that. So we're not talking about, you're not going to save $30 or $40 a year if we eliminate this position. It would have no impact on the millage rate. So I want to make that clear. Just a couple other quick things. And one other thing on our tax rate. We remain one of the lowest city tax rates in Macomb County and around the 50th percentile in the state of Michigan. So we're not a high tax city. We're kind of right around the average tax that residents pay. If you look at the city of Warren, they're paying 11 or 12 mills more than the city of Sterling Heights. So I think we're doing well in that regard as well. I got to say, Mr. Marshall, I'm not really sure what you were saying. I was listening to you. I was taking notes. I'm not sure what you mean. I believe it was Mrs. Schmidt said, or no, it might have been Mrs. Sarowski. We don't work at City Hall. We don't direct employees what to do. And in fact, our charter doesn't allow that. If I show up to City Hall and I try to occupy an office there and start directing employees about what they're supposed to be doing and giving them projects, they're going to be confused. It's going to be difficult. Other mayors have done that in other cities, and it creates chaos. It creates confusion. I'm talking about mayors, and council manager forms of government, and it ends poorly. They end up they end up getting recalled. They end up in disgrace. So we can't be doing that, because what if I go do it? I'm no different than any one of my colleagues here. So if I go set up shop at City Hall and start directing employees what to do, what's stopping Mrs. Koski or Mrs. Sarowski? And then instead of having one voice, one direction, you're getting a number of different voices. So I don't think that's not how our city works, and that's not how we're going to do things. So I'm comfortable with this. I'm comfortable with the budget overall. I think a lot of attention has been paid to this one position. Meanwhile, it makes up just a tiny, tiny fraction of the overall organization. And I think that it's going to provide a big benefit to our residents in terms of enhanced services, giving Mr. Vanderpool an opportunity to focus on bigger things, giving, when we're thinking big and when we have the time to think about big things, incredible things get done. The Parks and Recreation millage from 2016, that was created through a lot of hard work, effort, and time to think about it, and time to talk with our community and figure out what their priorities are. When all you're doing is putting out fires every single day, you don't have time to think about those things. So what's the next big idea? What's the next big enhancement to service that can come? I don't know, but this is going to be a step in the right direction to making sure that those ideas come to fruition. So I'm completely in support of it. I'm in support of the entire budget. I think, again, I want to thank all of the city staff who put their time into it. Thank my colleagues on the city council. We had hours and hours and hours of discussion this year, and even though there are no amendments, I feel like we had one of the better rounds of discussion, both of the two previous meetings, regarding all the different aspects of this budget. So I'm certainly in favor, and I will be voting yes. So, Mrs. Riska, I'm not sure if we need it, but why don't we do a roll call vote?
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Koski?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes?
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanes?
Yes.
All right, 7-0, budget passes. Thank you again, Ms. Varney, and to all of our city staff. All right, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda tonight, which is an ordinance introduction, and this is to consider introduction of ordinances amending the City Code of Ordinances and zoning ordinance number 278 to permit and regulate hobby beekeeping within the city of Sterling Heights. We do have a presentation from our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Thank you very much, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool, and Mr. Koszubski. I am excited to be here this evening to share our ordinances, regulatory and zoning, on hobby beekeeping. So a timeline for you. One of the more involved ordinance writing endeavors that I think most of our team has been involved in, mainly because it involves living creatures and the establishment of rules for people to interact with these animals. So in February of 2023, city administration provided council with a report from the then day-to-day planning consultant, Giffords Webster, on the ability to permit hobby beekeeping in Sterling Heights. Mr. Amott from Giffords Webster and myself presented this to you at the March 21st, 2023 meeting. Then following your direction, spent the past year and then some working with the city attorney's office, diligently crafting an ordinance for the regulatory ordinance and zoning. We then had this draft disseminated and reviewed by the Planning Commission here, the Sterling Heights Sustainability Commission, and at their behest then to other experts in the field across the state and region to provide different feedback for us. This went to the Michigan State Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Michigan State University Extension, Southeastern Michigan Beekeepers Association, and Bees in the D. So for the past 5 months or so, we've been receiving feedback from these organizations to make sure that we have an ordinance, as you'll see, that meets our goals in terms of how it's enforced, how it's permitted and regulated, and ultimately how it can be implemented safely in the city. The Planning Commission, I believe at their December meeting, recommended approval of this to you by a vote of 8-0. We have spent the past 5 months then fine-tuning our feedback from external stakeholders and bringing this ordinance to you this evening. So to back up from last March, in terms of what bee experts say about beekeeping, We followed quite strictly the state of Michigan's generally accepted agricultural management practices. These are called GAMPs. We also provide definitions for this now in our regulatory ordinance that encourages basic site design like flyaway barriers. These are screening, could be vegetation, could be small fences. They prevent bees from flying directly into people. So when placed at 6 feet of height in a yard, bees will go up and over to go to vegetation rather than into people's homes or into other people's adjacent yards. Location of hives where they should be utilized and placed. The necessity of constant water supply for the safety of the bees, and things like where you cut your grass around them, what type of native plantings you use, and other things that help facilitate the distinction between native pollinators and then hobby bees. So what we found initially when working with Giffords about a year ago on this is we looked at regulation in other communities with relevant ordinances in the state. We found that Holland, Michigan had a very strong ordinance we really liked. It had beekeeping requiring a permit, size requirements for lots, setbacks from distance neighboring dwellings, property lines, public right-of-ways, the flyaway barriers per the GAMP requirements, and the water supply. We also found regulation that made it very difficult for hobby beekeeping in the state of Michigan. Kentwood, Michigan had similar regulations, but they were very restrictive in the number of hives per property area. Warren does not allow bees within 300 feet of any dwelling, essentially zoning them out of their residential neighborhoods. And overall, many municipalities didn't even explicitly address this. The city of the size and scale of Sterling Heights, we didn't find a comparable in the state that has an ordinance to address this, while making it so that it is possible without being too strict and unenforceable. For instance, the Holland ordinance is for agricultural residential parcels, not even for the residential neighborhoods. So it's more lax than what we are providing for you this evening. So we've gathered all of this data. We started to research regulatory concerns. You look here, these are what flyaway barriers will enact in between different residences to stop them from going near adjacent homes. This is what a typical beehive looks like. This is the city of Madison, Wisconsin. They have agriculturally, residentially used parcels that allow for up to 6 hives. And we found through our research that if ordinances are not restrictive, at least to start, the Animal Control Office at the city of Sterling Heights will have a difficult time doing inspections and regulating these. The cost of administration will rise permit fees quite substantially in terms to cover cost, and we'll eventually end up bringing an ordinance to you that we hope is adopted, but remains relatively unenforceable. So in working very closely with the city attorney's team, we have created these 2 ordinances. First and foremost, our regulatory ordinance. This introduces new definitions to the ordinance, including but not limited to hobby beekeeping. Honeybees is a distinction of a honeybee and not a native bee. GAMPs, flight path barriers, and what hobby beekeeping is. This also includes regulations for the permitting, location, and we use this taking influence from all of the feedback we received from external organizations in the state. But we also ran it by the Sterling Heights Police Department for their animal control department to ensure that it is enforceable from them, and through Ms. Riska in the city clerk's office to make sure that they understand where we were coming from with the permitting fee. There is a fee associated with this that we do have in line with an accessory structure fee. I believe it is approximately $70. This way we can manage the enforcement and the site checkup from our code enforcement officers as well. Other things that are included in the regulatory ordinance this evening, it is relatively lengthy, so I will be open for question, are the location of the hives. These are set back from public right-of-ways. These are set back from neighboring residential homes and your own residential home by establishing setbacks from your lot line. So we have opened this up for every zoning district. It's allowed in office, commercial, industrial, and residential. In everything that's not single-family residential, you can place them on your roof. This way, you're inherently placed away from public walkways and public right-of-ways. We have, recognized different stakeholders in the city already who have bees on their roof. This would not prohibit their establishment of bees in any way. We were very cautious of that. So we basically set up best practices that are in place for protecting adjacent property owners. I know allergies were a concern of people who are allergic to bees. So we really wanted to be very safe in where people can regulate these. We established a permitting process. It requires that people take a beekeeping class. The last thing we want is people purchasing hives, neglecting them, and letting them die. There's already, a lot of discussion about colony collapse and the loss of pollinators, and we don't want people that inherently are not understanding of the process doing something incorrectly. We also limit the number of permissible hobby beehives on individual lots based on size. A lot less than a half acre, it's only 2 hives, and it goes up to no more than 20 hives on a lot based on size. And then finally, we establish criteria for violations to work through the city processes for those who do not follow the regulations. The zoning ordinance is much more simple. It addresses this as a accessory use. It establishes it in all zoning districts so long as it's conducted in accordance with city code, and also adds in the definitions necessary for regulation of this. So we believe that we have kind of taken a lot of very broad feedback, turned it into an ordinance we believe can be productive and helpful for allowing this in the city in a safe manner. And I want to spend my time to thank the city attorney's office and our external stakeholders. It was a very rigorous review. Not all of us are bee experts, but we can probably pass this one now for the time being. And with that, I am open for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Parcell. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this ordinance? Mr. Marshall.
I think the good doctor's done a wonderful job, except if you really want to be a beekeeper, just move along the drain over between 15 and 16 Mile Road. Controlling bees is going to be like controlling leaves in the autumn. You're going to have them, if long about October, if our house sits down on Brome, right at the end of Marina, and no matter how you clean your property up, you get a southerly wind. I had 23 paper bags full of leaves. We stood in our front yard and watched them come down the marina like those little critters that run out and jump in the ocean and drown. I don't see how you can ever control bees. I've been stung 3 or 4 times this last year, just cutting my grass. My dog got bit a couple times because she thinks they're flies and she chases them and gets stung. It's not something that you can really control, it's something you live with. I can't see it to be a great thing if you're trying to put a bunch of bees in one area. They can have their own nests where they want, and that's fine. You need the bees to keep your flowers growing. There are many places they import bees just for that purpose. But I think it's like, you're trying to bail out a canoe that doesn't have a bottom in it. It's just never going to be something you can control. And if you intentionally build a little park or something for them, you wind up with 1,000 bees in one confined area. And a fence doesn't do any good. They fly over it, around it. They travel a good deal. But I understand what you've done. You've done a good job. It's just I don't think you can really control them no matter what you do. That's big.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marshall. Is anyone else on this item? If not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
I have a question. Are the motions tie-bar? Do I have to make one and then approve that then the other, or do I make them both at the same time? To the city attorney.
I would do one and then the next.
One and then the next, okay. Suggested action number 1, To introduce regulatory ordinance amending City Code of Ordinances, resolve to introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 8 of the City Code of Ordinances to permit and regulate hobby beekeeping within the city of Sterling Heights.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Mayor, I am very happy to see this ordinance finally come to us. I think it was suggested a couple of years ago. And it's to essentially, I hear what Mr. Marshall's just said, but it's to legalize a practice that is already occurring in the city. I know of at least 3 or 4 hives on different parcels in the city already. And I guess through the chair to the city attorney or to the city planner, have we had any complaints about the hives that are in existence currently?
I don't believe so.
No?
No, in fact, the only complaint we ever had was somebody thought that somebody killed their bees.
Killed their bees. Yeah, so I don't think this is going to suddenly put a run on bees. I don't think that there's, if we open this up to people to do this, it's a specialized task. And the ordinance is pretty clear. You have to have a beekeeping class, you have to have a background, you have to establish a barrier, you have to buy the hives. And I'm just, as someone who likes hobbies, I'm sure this is not a cheap hobby to invest in all this gear and all this stuff and import the bees and everything else. I don't think we're going to have suddenly 60 hives in the city. I think it's going to be a very small number. But for people who do this, we want to make sure that they're doing it in a way that's not impacting their neighbors, that's going to be safe. And, you know, you always can use more pollinators in the city. I mean, we ran this by the Sustainability Commission. We talked about it in the planning, the Planning Commission. And I think the Planning Commission recommended it without any objection. So I am very pleased with this ordinance, but I have a couple questions. And just reviewing it, and it was lengthy. I guess my first question was why we settled on 20 feet from the property line. Because through the chair to Mr. Parcell, Dr. Parcell, because in other cities, it seemed like they had 10 feet or even less. So why in Sterling Heights, especially because our lots are a little bit smaller, why was that considered the best place for the hives? Through the chair.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. That was actually quite a topic of discussion internally among the planning staff. It started out more restrictive. We lessened it to 20 feet because we wanted it to be in a way where it couldn't create any potential nuisance from adjacent property owners. We had worry, especially on corner lots or side lots. We would start seeing them if they're near a pool or a large water source that we didn't want anything leaking over. So we found that centrally located within the lot would make the most sense. That was just the recommendation we pulled from reviewing adjacent community ordinances and kind of slackening the restrictions that we see in other communities that, you're right, we have smaller lots, seem a bit infeasible.
Well, and I guess that's my question. And I can understand someone wanting to have a beehive, but when you make it the only place they can put it is the centrality of their backyard, I think that's where people tend to put other things that matter a great deal to them too. So this is just my suggestion. I would probably lower it to 10 feet. I think that makes sense. It keeps it off the property line, but also gives you some more room in your backyard and where you want to place it. That's my suggestion. Again, I'm fine with 20, but I think that it's going to create a situation where you only can put it in one specific place in your yard, and that's kind of odd. So I would lower that to 10 feet, like I think it was Holland, Michigan's ordinance, which said 10 feet. Further through the ordinance, I looked upon, it was section J, 854J. And it says, essentially it says that if you have a beehive, the city can come upon your property whenever they like to inspect the hive or based upon their complaint. And it says it's legal, and I'm not disputing that it's legal, but it also seems a little bit like overkill. We don't go on to anyone's property to inspect for dogs. You know, we don't have a warrantless requirement to go upon people's property for other, and a bee's not a dog, let's be honest here, it's not. But it just seems like this is overkill. So I would be comfortable with the property being inspected every 3 years, which is when the permit expires, or upon a complaint. That makes the most sense to me, but the idea that the city could just come on your property whenever because you have a beehive, I think that seems to be a little bit overkill. My suggestion. And the final thing that I saw.
Do you mind, I'm curious about that too. Do you mind if Dr. Parcell
Please.
is in on that?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so initially it was every 3 years or upon a complaint. Actually worked with Mr. Denault to try and find language that was less requiring of the reoccurring inspections, under the assumption that should you be trained in doing this in a manner within your permit, that we don't need to stress our code officers or animal control more by having reoccurring bee inspections every 3 years. So we tried to settle on language that was able, where if there was a blatant safety concern or hazard that was arising, we could address it, or upon notice of a complaint, which we felt was validated, although there are few and far between, as Mr. Koszybski mentioned, for bees.
You know, and go ahead, do you have any more questions, Mr. Mayor?
No, you can go ahead.
And I understand that. I guess just as someone who is a guardian of our civil liberties, it just seems overly broad to me. But if there's some way we could clean up this language a little bit tighter, I would appreciate it. Because it says right here, a search warrant shall not be required for such inspections. But I think it's kind of unfair that, you know, if you have a dog, the police can't tread upon your property just because you have a dog. I don't think just because you have a beehive, the police should be able to enter upon your property at any time. I think that that's kind of overkill, personally. And then to go further, I was looking at 854A, the permitting requirements. 11B, I'm totally fine with this, but I thought it was interesting that one of the requirements is you don't use a fictitious name. And I was kind of curious, like, what does that mean? Like, so if I was like Eminem, I couldn't put Eminem on the application, I had to put my actual name. It just seems, I guess through the chair to Mr. Koszybski, that seems like a very interesting, what is a fictitious name?
A fictitious name would be not using your actual legal name.
But is that defined in statute in the state, or is that just, we're saying this right now?
I don't know if it's defined in the statute, but we've put it in the ordinance so that we have accurate information, so that when we have a problem or a complaint, we know who we're contacting, that they've gone through the proper training, that they know how to be a bee. Apier, I believe?
Apiist.
Apiist, sorry.
Well, I mean,
We learned a new word,
I
apiist.
totally understand it. It just struck me as amusing that, what is a fictitious name? You know, if I call myself, my name is, you know, Charles, but I call myself Chuck, is that a fictitious name?
We would like them to put their actual name on the application.
Right. And then I'm also curious about section 12. It says a fully executed maintenance agreement acceptable to the city attorney, assuring the upkeep and maintenance of and prevention of nuisances created by operation of the beekeeping practices. I was wondering through the chair of the city attorney, what does that consist of? Is it just, I promise to keep my property clean, or is it very detailed? What is the city attorney, which is acceptable to you, what are you expecting from people to present?
I would expect them to present the site plan of how they're going to put their flyaways. I'd expect them to put in where the beehive is going to be located, and then what the maintenance agreement would be to keep up the flyaways, make sure that there is adequate water supply, and essentially follow the ordinance. That would be something we would draft up after this passes. We haven't done that yet, but that's what it would be expected to do.
And it would be pretty standard amongst.
Yes, it'll be a form that has the bullet points of what it is we expect them to do based on our ordinance.
When they apply for the permit, will they be putting where they'll put the beehive on their property?
It's our intention, yes.
So would this be redundant?
No, because we'd still want a maintenance agreement in place that says they understand and are abiding by the terms of that ordinance.
Okay. It seemed very redundant to me. But that being said, I'm happy to vote for this ordinance. I hope my colleagues might consider some of my suggestions, and this will come back in 2 weeks if we approve it. So I'll have a chance to further amend it then. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I think it was Mrs. Sarowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. We had bees on my property where I work, and I was happy to be a little bit of part of it, but to allay some fears, bees will stay where their queen is. You can't really control bees. They're insects. They have, they're not able to be trained, but they will stay where their queen is, and as long as the queen is alive, they will stay there. And so they will go out, do their pollinating, fly around, be bees, but they will never travel very far from their queen. And so that is how you basically control them, is you keep that hive happy and keep the queen alive, and They're going to stay with the queen. So that is how we controlled our bees there. And we actually did the bees in the D. They came and took our bees once our beekeeper was sent to Spain. So once he was gone, yeah, he loved it. Once he was gone, then we needed to move the bees along. And they were very happy to come and get the bees. And they literally come, they smoke them, kind of put them to sleep a little bit, and they throw them in the truck cab, flying around with the people, and off they drive. So the bees, they're crazy. But, says the woman who's allergic to bees. So, but I'm very much in favor of this. I'm very happy to see when people don't cut their dandelions for the first couple of weeks during April and into May, because it's good for the bees, it's good to keep them alive. So I'm happy to see that we're able to have this ordinance. It is a very specialized hobby, job, for those of us that do for those of them that do keep bees. And so I don't see that this is going to be something where people are going to be jumping around and we're going to have lots of hives all over the place. But it may encourage some people who have been interested in doing this to be able to step forward, since it is not prohibited any longer in the city. But I don't think that we're going to have a bunch of hives jumping up and popping up all over the city. And so I'm happy to have this no longer against ordinance and not allowed in our city, and I'm going to be voting in favor of it. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. Through the chair to Dr. Purcell, so how readily available are beekeeping classes?
Thank you. This was something that we had Mr. Keenan review with his colleagues, I believe at Oakland University. We also reviewed it with the state. More often than you'd think, we made sure that this wasn't, unreasonable. We did have it phrased differently in our first few drafts on what the classes may be, or if you had to do reoccurring classes. And our feedback kind of said, general knowledge will take you a long way in the field. There's options available. There's people willing to sign off on letting you come visit and show them off. Bees in the D is a great resource. SEMBA's a great resource. So there's a lot of organizations around that, that in particular we had looked at. But we didn't want to lead people to do this with no training as well, because we feared then what may happen.
And in your investigation of other communities, did any of them happen to say what a common issue was with having a bee ordinance?
Not really. The issue we found is that communities were purposefully writing ordinances that remove them from being possible, or on very, very large, not public parks, but, large vacant lands, or mitigated only in industrial on roofs of, large businesses. Everything we received from the state in particular was very impressed with how thorough we were. And, I think that we kind of walked a very narrow line of this is possible in a way that's safe, hopefully alleviating concern, but not infeasible where if somebody, Councilmember Ziarko mentions often, has allergies and the local honey helps with that, or they want to experiment in this or have a pollinator garden, that it's impractical for them to do in the city.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First of all, thank you for putting all the work into this. I think it's a good idea. Beekeeping is a labor of love. It's really, it's tedious, it's time-consuming. You have to give it a lot of attention, so it's somebody that usually has the time to do it. It's something you do daily. So I think just with that alone, we know that people will be taking care of their hives. One of the questions that, well, first of all, I'm going to go back to Councilman Radke's suggestion to change it from 20 feet to 10 feet. If we could just leave it at 20 right now and know that if the time comes that people are suggesting that they need that change, that we would be open to either a variance, or changing it in the future, but just to present it as it is now and see what comes of it. We might never, ever have to change it from 20 feet. So if we could do that. You answered some of my questions about beekeeping classes and schools, and it might be something that if we brought in the experts, maybe even to Parks and Rec to do some kind of presentation there in classes, that would be helpful for the residents. And I still would like to see beehives either by the senior center or by the nature center, because I think that would be very educational for all of us. So, and that's something that we could watch. So other than that, I'm thinking this is a good idea, so nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Anyone else? Once, twice. So just to follow up on what Mr. Radke was talking about, Dr. Parcell. So under section 8-54J, so the inspections will be performed periodically instead of on a regular 3-year basis. I think that that's fine. I like that. Upon a complaint, any premises for which a permit has been issued or where beehive exists shall be inspected by animal control, building official, code enforcement, or the city planner or their authorized representatives for the safety of the bees and the public, for compliance with all applicable laws. That's fine too. A search warrant shall not be required for such inspections. It is unlawful for any permit holder to deny or refuse access to the premises or to hinder the official in any manner in the performance of his or her responsibilities under this article. So I guess I'm just curious how that's going to look in practice. If my neighbor has bees and I call up and I say the beehive is all wrong, it's too close to the street, it's whatever. I mean, is code enforcement just going to go open the gate to the back door, to the backyard and go inspect? How is this going to work in practice if we're advertising that we don't need a search warrant? If you have a license, we can search you at any time. It's because it sort of reads like, if you have a permit to do this, just be prepared because we can come and search you anytime for any reason and you can't interfere with us at all. I don't know. It sounds like it's, wow, it's kind of aggressive. So allay my fears. Either one of you. Both of you, actually, just decide who wants to go first.
And I'll continue?
I think you put it better than I did.
If you want, I'll start, that's fine.
No, I understand exactly where you're coming from. I think that what I got from speaking when I had Lieutenant Allen and his animal control team review this is just to allow for more rapid response in terms of getting to a site should there be delivery of 20 hives or something. Bees can do things where they split and they swarm, and you learn about this in your classes with SEMBA and wherever else you take them, how to do it safely. But if someone is on vacation for 2 weeks without somebody to take care of their hive, to get someone on site to take care of it in a manner that is quickly. My knowledge in terms of how it works through code is that they always, announce they are there. They're not sneaking on to sites and taking photos. Their presence is well known and advertised to the tenants or residents. So, I understand where you're coming from, though, but I would defer to the city attorney in a way that we may be able to readdress this.
So these are great questions because everybody, doesn't like government intruding into the back of their properties. But, as Dr. Parcells said, there are some inherent dangers with respect to beehives that can cause immediate harm. But importantly, understanding that because it's in the backyard, we would have to stop what we were doing, go get an administrative warrant, find a judge, get it executed, and then go in and have to deal with something. What we're really trying to do here isn't so much increasing enforcement. It's actually making it so we don't have to do annual inspections and don't have to tax our already overtaxed police force on animal control by saying we have to go in every time there's a new application that is renewed. We would prefer that if it's going to be largely complaint driven, to be honest, and then having the ability to go in when it is complaint driven or to go in and do an inspection if our code officers see something amiss, to be able to go knock on the door, which we always do. We never just go onto people's property. Code always knocks on the door, asks, hey, can we go and inspect your beehive, make sure everything's good with the ordinance and that you're following the rules. And what we don't want to have is somebody slam the door in our face and then we have to leave and go get an administrative warrant to come back for something that could be problematic, could cause damage to
to other people's property, could cause damage to the bees themselves. So making sure that that is available to us is really the key. It's not a tool that we're going to use as a manner of being oppressive. We're actually trying to use it to alleviate pressures on animal control from having to do it on an annual inspection. And it allows us to make sure that we have access quickly when we need it.
Okay. What, can we add anything in that would protect the homeowner? So I guess what I'm concerned about is, let's say that they've got something going on in their backyard aside, from some other activity, right? And we go into the backyard and we normally wouldn't be able to enter a resident's yard without a search warrant. So, I mean, can we update the ordinance before 2 weeks if the rest of the council would be in agreement, indicating that if our code enforcement officers are going into the backyard or going into an area of the property without a warrant and without the homeowner's permission, that their sole purpose is, I mean, obviously if they see ongoing criminal activity where somebody is in imminent danger, then they should shut it down. But I guess what I'm saying is we shouldn't be using this as a way to do a warrantless inspection of somebody's property. And that to the extent we need to go in to inspect the beehive, go in and inspect the beehive. But we can't use that as an opportunity to do a wide-scale inspection of everything that's going on. And I guess that's sort of just as Mr. Radke was saying, the civil liberties, you should have an expectation of privacy, even if you are keeping bees. And if the police suspect you're doing something improper, but I mean, I don't know. I guess, like if you get pulled over for your tail light is out and the cop goes up to your car, I mean, they're and they see illegal activity inside, they can seize drugs if they see them open and obviously, right? So what is, as the city attorney, what is your take on what I just said?
So the problem with what you're saying is, and I understand your point. The problem with what you're saying is we do a lot of inspections in the city that whether it's an electrical issue that has to be inspected or fire is called to a scene and we go into the building and we see criminal activity, we report it because that's just how that works. If we limit this to not doing that and there's a criminal activity that we now become aware of and we don't report that, I'm not saying that the city becomes liable for it, but there will be consequences if something bad were to happen from that illegal activity that we now have knowledge of.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question is, maybe we shouldn't make it easy. Maybe the city should have to get an administrative warrant. I don't know how long that would take, but maybe to protect the civil liberties of our constituents, that's okay. I mean, the whole idea with a warrant is it shouldn't be easy to search someone's property. It shouldn't be easy to go upon someone's property. That's why we have warrants. So I'm curious, I guess through the chair to Mr. Koszewski, how long does it take to get an administrative warrant in an emergency?
Depending on the availability of a judge over a weekend, for example, that could be a problem, or otherwise it could take anywhere between 2 and 3 days.
So, I understand. I understand the concern that you have. I'd like to think about this, give it some thought. I don't know, I suppose if we're telling we should be very explicit with the people applying for a permit that this is a possibility. Okay? And I would say, I don't know if we can write it into the ordinance, but I would like some assurance that this is not going to be pretextual, that, just because you have a beehive doesn't mean that we can go just walk on your property. So I'd like to give it some thought. I'd like you to give it some thought and see if there's a way to adjust it. But I'm comfortable right now that this is a good thing for our city. And, I think too, like I'm by no means an expert. I don't know if Mrs. Sarowski would consider herself an expert, but she seems to know a lot more than I do. But this is not this is not like reinventing the wheel. There are a lot of beekeepers out there, and they figure out a way to control those bees. I think they're actually a very fascinating animal that work, that this hive mentality, somehow they all know what to do, and they all work as if they're one brain. It's really a very interesting thing that these bees do. So I think it's a great thing for the city and for the residents who want it. Next up is chickens, or no?
No. No.
Racing pigeons?
No.
Mayor, don't forget.
I like chickens, Mike.
Goats?
No baby goats.
Baby goats.
Baby goats? Okay, so this is the first of two, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Mr. Radke?
Resolved to introduce the ordinance amending zoning ordinance number 278 to permit hobby beekeeping in all zoning districts in accordance with city code regulations as an accessory use.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I think we took it, I would just say that I would be more comfortable just removing the warrantless requirement. That's where I would fall on civil liberty scale. But I hope you think about it in the next 2 weeks, and I think we'll hopefully have maybe even a tighter wording, hopefully.
Mayor, if I might, real quick.
Mr. Koszybski?
Just quickly, one of the things we can do as part of a lot of ordinances when we do this is have the city manager create an administrative procedures order that will kind of lay out when it is code can go in and when they shouldn't go in. So we can build in protections through an APPO.
That's good to know. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
hard work.
Parcell. And thank you to the Planning Commission. It was a lot of hard work, and I appreciate the thoroughness of this ordinance. I know certainly a lot of people are going to appreciate it. Next up is the consent agenda. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on any item on tonight's consent agenda? If not, council, we need a motion. Okay, Mr. Marshall-Owens. I do mind. I know, I'm sorry. You can sit up in the front, I missed that last part. Please don't repeat. But yeah, you want to sit, you can sit right up front.
I got a question. If you're walking your dog and your dog bites you,
That's no fun.
I got a lawsuit on my hands. Now, if your bees attack somebody who's,
All right, we're on the consent
got an
agenda.
allergy?
We're on the consent agenda.
who's gonna handle?
I know, Mr. Marshall-Owens, we're on the consent agenda.
I understand.
So you can talk on any item on the consent
It's just an
agenda.
important issue because I can just see a guy down there all bandaged up and say, I was attacked by bees.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be good for lawyers, right? So I don't think that'll be a major concern. Anybody on the consent agenda? If not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Next up is a consideration item, and this is to consider the request by AJE LLC doing business as Full Throttle Adrenaline Park to transfer ownership interest in a Class C liquor license business located at 42705 Van Dyke from Anthony J. Eckrich to Full Throttle Adrenaline Parks LLC. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this?
Anyone here for it?
Are you here on this item? Yeah, so you don't have to make any comments if you don't want. You can make yourself available for questions. It's totally up to you. So- You got it. Okay. Anyone else? Council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolved at the request by AJE LLC doing business as Full Throttle Adrenaline Park to transfer ownership interest in a Class C liquor license business located at, there's two located ads in there, at 42705 Van Dyke from Anthony J. Eckrich to Full Throttle Adrenaline Parks LLC, by and through a merger, be considered for approval.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Just briefly, this, I think, is pretty much pro forma. It's just one corporation absorbing the other. I don't think any changes are going to be made on site. So I think this is no problem. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I agree. Counsel, anyone else? Mrs. Zarko?
The only question is, through the chair to the petitioner, if you could just let us know if the state has already approved the transfer? You can
Do you mind
come
coming up to the
And
podium?
the reason why I ask that is so many, we have residents that ask, say something, well, you approved that liquor license. Well, actually, we didn't, the state did, and we're just acknowledging that transfer.
That would be correct, in my understanding. Administrative secretary is handling the affairs with the state, so it's a little bit of the chicken or the egg. We're posturing ourselves with the state of Michigan, have to do this here in order for them to approve it as well. So
Okay,
everything's been in the works and been here 25 years.
okay,
No
that's
change.
my only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counsel,
Nothing
anyone
further.
else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That completes that portion of our agenda. We'll move on to communications from citizens. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda? Ms. Elias?
I have two things to ask. First, are you planning on flying the LGBT flag this June? Because, my gosh, they have over 60 days of recognition. What's wrong?
Got to you're very soft-spoken, Ms. Elias. And
I
I like
am?
that about you, but when the mic's over there, it's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, let me try.
Especially at home.
Okay, I wanted an answer as to whether you'll be flying the LGBT flag over the city council. The only reason I ask is because there's a great number of us who really oppose it because it doesn't unify our people. The LGBT community has over 60 days of recognition on the calendar. 60 days of recognition. We don't need the LGBT flag to be flown. You've flown the Ukrainian flag, you've flown the Filipino flag, but you don't fly all flags. And you really need to basically just stop flying flags other than our state and city and armed forces flags. Because really, it is a dissension, and it's a slap, and it's disregard of the people of faith, whether they're Muslim or Christians. You're offending us, and that's a great majority of the residents of Sterling Heights. They don't come out to talk, they all tell me, because they know I come out here. And it really isn't fair, because you only seem to represent a small voice, and the rest of us, we don't get any hearing from you. And I really think you need to consider this, because every person in the council has a right to your feelings, but you don't have the right to impose your feelings on the rest of the residents. We all have feelings, and you should be considerate of that. And it's not about anything about hate, because we all love everybody. We just don't believe that one group should have preference over another. I've said this many times before. This is my third attempt to bring you guys to consideration. It's not fair. You guys know that. That flag represents a small minority of our community. The great majority of them are offended by it. So please try to put flags that unite us and that don't separate us. And then the other question I wanted to ask you is, for the yard waste, we are to use lawn bags, correct? But if they have to come out of their vehicles to pick up those lawn bags, why can't we use 32-gallon containers that we have? It's just as neat and it's easier. I don't see why you can't be flexible on that, because they have to come out of their vehicles to pick that up. That's usually a two-man truck. So could you please provide some leeway, give us some little relaxation, because I don't want 3 containers. I have one already outside and one in the garage. I can't fit them all. So what I'm trying to say, since they have to physically come out, the Priority Waste Company, why don't you give us a break, please, and make it not mandatory to be lawn bags or the container? Just allow a 32-gallon. That's easy. They've been using it, and it's clean, and it doesn't drop. So please give us consideration, okay? Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Elias. Gentlemen, anybody else? Not, I'll close that. Mr. Vanderpool, anything to follow up on tonight?
Nothing further, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Koszubski,
Yes, Mayor, we have 4 items for closed session.
4 items.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Okay. Council reports, new business, Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, I appreciate it. There's a couple things that at our last meeting, we talked about the CDBG approval and I think Councilman Radke asked us to get it a little sooner than like 30 days, which I have no problem with. But I don't want us to micromanage that commission, I think is probably that we put those people there to make decisions, and I don't think we should micromanage their decisions after they put all the effort into their work. It gives us enough time to have them explain what they're doing, but I don't want to micromanage any of the commissions. So just so I'm clarifying my point of view on that. Then, as you know, we talk about expenditures like in the future, and I'm not asking, I'm asking all of you to think about this. Not, well, you know, whether you're going to object or anything, just to put this in perspective, is we invite people here to the park all the time. All summer long, we have music in the park, we have patios and pints, we have Sterling Fest, and we also have this sewer that for whatever reason decides it's going to smell all summer long. And I know at one time we talked about having it put underground, but at the time we couldn't afford it. And I was just wondering that maybe we could do some research now and seeing if that's a possibility because of all the park improvements that we made and all the money that we invested there and the way the people come out because they enjoy the park and its amenities, that maybe now is the time to look at what it would cost to put it underground so it doesn't smell. So just think about it. I'm not asking for anybody, you know, it's just something that I've thought of. The other thing is I think when we talked about the Youth Advisory Board being in Lansing, we also said that Eagle would do a workshop on recycling. And in the last couple of weeks, Priority agrees that they would come in and help. SACRA, the recycling center, said that they would send a representative. So if we could have a workshop from the three different companies, or the Eagle as far as their office, and then the other two companies that would come in and tell us how to recycle properly, I think it would be advantage for all of us. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. Okay, at the last African American Coalition meeting, the group is getting bigger and bigger, and they're getting stronger and stronger, and they have different ideas. Well, they brought out a list of their goals over the next year. And one of them was to bring a program that would either be during Black History Month or around Juneteenth that was called, I think it's 1,001 Inventions. And what it is, it's a play, and it's about if African Americans hadn't invented these items, what our lives would be like. So I thought it was kind of interesting, and they, you know, as I went through their list, I tried to circle the things that council and administration might be able to help them with. But this is the one that stuck out in my mind, that we could bring together the Community Alliance, the African American Coalition, and probably community relations as a whole, and see how we could help them out and bring it to fruition. And I don't know if we buy a license so that we're able to find people to do the play, or whether they actually bring it, you know, to the community. But I thought it was a good idea. So if we could think about that. And I think that's it. Oh, and then the GFL recycling carts, through the chair to the city manager, I'm just making sure that next Monday is the day that we can start putting out the old GFL recycling carts to be picked up. Is that correct?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Zarko, that's correct, and I intend to have mine out next week.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you for listening.
Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
A couple of things. I want to start with, yesterday, Councilwoman Zarko and Councilman Yanez and I, along with Mr. Inks and Mr. Graff from the Sustainability Commission, visited SACRA, the South Oakland Authority that does the recycling. And I thought it was a very positive experience. Especially, I just want to, allay some fears. We hear a lot from people about recycling. They say, oh, the recycling goes to a landfill. No, it doesn't. It goes to SACRA, and they told us that they process 60.5 tons an hour at SACRA. And it's fascinating. It's like 35 employees. It's mechanical. They have all these magnets and conveyor belts, but it's mostly sorted by hand, by employees, literally pushing plastic one way and pushing cans and tin in a different way. And I thought it was a very good experience. I know that we got video for Sterling Heights TV there, but, you know, we also hear that we don't make a profit on recycling, and the city does not make a profit on recycling. But Soccer said that they were profitable last year. They turned a profit of $1.4 million. And this is the most important, the most profitable items were actually brown cardboard, and they said next was they had metal and white paper, and they said the least profitable was obviously plastic bottles. But the heavy plastic was profitable for them too. So I thought it was a very interesting learning experience, and I think it kind of allays a lot of just the made-up stuff you hear on Facebook or elsewhere about it's actually going to a landfill. It's not. And they said that their contamination level is less than 3%, because they said that other places won't accept the recycled materials if it exceeds 3%. And they have that, they have proof of that, that they've not had any material taken away. It does happen occasionally, but it's hardly ever happens, and they're very proud of it. And I thought it was actually one of the better experiences I've had on council, really to see the inside of how they do it. And I mean, they were sorting that material awfully fast, and I was highly impressed. And I think it's good that our recycling is going there. It's gonna make a difference, and, you know, this is gonna be a change. I'm happy with it. Another thing that I've heard from people is, well, we're closing down the last recycling center, and through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, we've closed the last recycling center? That's correct, okay. But I'm also told, through the city attorney's office, that we're hopefully bringing forward an ordinance to require recycling at condo associations and apartment buildings that don't currently subscribe to recycling. Is that accurate, Mr. Koszybski, through the chair?
That is correct.
Yeah. So I want people at home to think we haven't forgotten about you, because I get a lot of people say, well, I can't recycle, and I'm the same way. I'm in a condo association. We don't have recycling currently, but it's coming. And it's going to be a big change, but as Mr. Vanderpool said, we are trying to reach a goal of 75%, which is a best practice. And we are years behind. In 2016, the city council narrowly defeated recycling in this city, very narrowly. And we're just now catching up. So I hope people really do consider recycling. Your goods are valuable. It stops landfill waste, and it's a more sustainable, environmentally friendly city. So I hope you really do consider that. I wanted to ask through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. I thought I saw some material about improvements to the odor control facility on Utica Road. Are those going on, or have we talked about those, or? Mr. Vanderpool. Just follow up, Mrs. Zarko.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Radke and Councilwoman Zarko, yes, you're correct. The Macomb Public Works Office plans on installing 2 new odor control filtration systems on 15 Mile Road as part of, once that work is done later on this year. It's supposed to finish up in the fall. And they have 2 new significant control apparatus that will go in those areas on 15. Same on Dodge Park. The one at Sorrento will be getting a new device there. In fact, it's actually going to look like a home. It's literally going to look like a single-family home that will encapsulate that device and control the odor and filter the odor there. And there also is a plan for Utica Road and Dodge Park. At the same time, having said that, I don't believe it entails a Utica and Dodge Park, which is certainly the highest trafficked area for pedestrians and for motorists too. I don't believe it includes burying the filter. So even if they are updating it, which they are, I think it's still worthwhile to take a look and see, maybe there is an option to put it underground.
And I appreciate that, and I agree with Mrs. Zarko. It can be distinctive, and it's not something I appreciate. But if we're also talking to the Public Works Commissioner about changes to facilities, I think there's an unsightly control facility. I think it's a metering station at 15 Mile and Dodge Park, and it's surrounded by big yellow bollards, prevent anyone from running into it, right at the foot of Dodge Park where it spills into 15 Mile Road. And it's right in front of the 7-Eleven or the doctor's office right there. And it's surrounded by bollards, and I think it's one of the most unsightly things in our city. So if there's any way that she could decorate it better, bury it, improve the look of it, You know, you don't see these in older line cities, but in the newer cities, sometimes they just have one right on the roadway there, and it's actually just hideous. So if we talk to her, hopefully she might have some ideas to improve the look of that facility too. Wow, that's thunder. I also wanted to talk about yard waste, cans and carts. You know, I had my father call me this weekend, and he was very upset to learn that he could no longer use his yard waste cans, and that the city actually wanted to charge him, or Priority Waste wants to charge him $110, but it's actually $120 after you get past the credit card fee that you have to use. And, you know, he's on a fixed income, he's a retiree, and he found it very, very frustrating. Either I have to buy yard waste bags, which will get wet and not do whatever, or I have to purchase a $120 can, or cart, excuse me. And since yard waste is the one thing that is still going to be collected by two-man crews, I don't know why we couldn't allow residents who already have cans to pick yard waste up with their current compost cans. I know that we're trying to get a uniform look, and we're trying to prevent them blowing around on trash day, but asking a senior citizen to pay $120 for a yard waste cart, I think that that's a little bit frustrating, and I don't have an answer to this, but I hope my colleagues might consider it. I hope we think about it, because my dad's only one person, but I think he really does speak for the regular person in this town who's a little bit upset about the changeover. He likes all the rest. He likes his recycle cart. He thinks everything else is great. Got picked up. He watched it, because that's what he does. He's retired, you know. But he complained about the new yard waste rules. So that's my thought for that. I wanted to briefly, through the chair to Mr. Koszubski, talk about flag rules. Just to reiterate, so the people at home know, if council designates a flag to be thrown, that's an expression of the city council, not the public at large, correct?
Mr. Koszubski?
If the city council allows a flag to be on the flagpole, that is a public speech. So it's, in other words, it's not an individual group that's
Right, it's our
using our flagpole, it's the city's speech.
Yes.
Yes.
And because we're speaking, we don't have to open up the flagpole to other people, because it's the city's speech, not random people who can run the flagpole.
Yes, and in fact, we prohibit our flagpoles from being used by specific groups.
Okay. I always find it frustrating when residents come up and argue that the city council represents a small voice in the city, and that there's some other large voice in the city that we're not hearing. Because every 4 years now, we go before the voters, and they decide. And I think that we speak as a council with the voice of the city. We're all independently elected, we're all at large. So I think that when the voters decide, that is their voice. So I think I'm the voice of the city, and I always find it very silly when people say, no, my minority voice is actually the majority voice. It's not true. It's very frustrating. And then I wanted to talk briefly about the CDBG, because I think that my colleague, Mrs. Zarco, is misinformed about CDBG. And I think, I've talked with the city attorney about this. It is my impression, through the chair to Mr. Koszubski, that the CDBG commissioners cannot suggest projects for us to fund. They are given a slate of projects by city administration to vote yes or no on, through the chair to Mr. Koszubski, because I've asked if CDBG commissioners can suggest projects, and I was told that they cannot.
The CDBG and the commission itself, they can suggest projects to others to bring, but for purposes of their vote, if they were to bring a project forward, they cannot vote on it, because they cannot have an interest in that project.
Could our CDBG commissioners suggest to administration projects to bring? Because
they usually can.
They were told by our CDBG coordinator that they aren't allowed to.
Mr. Radke, I appreciate that, but I don't know what they were told or what they've said. But we've talked about this in the past, that the commissioners have the right, like anyone else, to suggest projects to anybody they want, to the city engineer, to the city administration if they'd like. But if they bring forward a project on their own that they file an application for, they cannot vote on it.
Again, I'm not saying that it's not their project, they're not gonna file, but if they said, for example, we'd want more sidewalk in the southern part of the city. Not I'm a sidewalk contractor bringing the proposal, but I want more sidewalk in the areas that CDBG money can be used in, they could still vote on that proposal, could they not, Mr. Koszywski?
I'm not sure if I understood the question correctly, so.
As long as they're not a contractor, as long as it's not their project, could they suggest this is what they're looking for to fund?
They don't give up their right to speak as a citizen in the city
Right.
while they're on that board. However, the projects that are brought forward, ultimately, they have to weigh a very specific criteria whether or not it passes CDBG muster. If that is the case, then they recommend approvals. Whether that project ultimately comes forward for them to review is going to be determined by administration and staff.
Right. So you get to my original point. They don't suggest projects because they can't. They only can approve or deny what is offered up by administration. Are we in agreement on this? Because that's what you said they can suggest into like let me finish. You seem to suggest that into the ether, they can make, oh, I would like this. But if the city administration doesn't listen to them or doesn't even follow up with them, then it's just a thought into the world. They're not bringing forward projects. So as it stands right now, they have no control of their own agenda. Yes or no?
When it comes to reviewing the CDBG proposals that are brought to them, they do not. They are looking at the CDBG guidelines to determine whether those projects work.
So essentially, city administration suggests the projects to the commission, and they are required to give it an up and down vote.
Once again, I will go back to, they have the ability to bring any ideas they have to the city engineer, to anybody in the city that can bring forward a project and lobby for a project that they may like, as any citizen can.
But not as a CDBG commissioner.
As CDBG, as a CDBG.
I was looking for a straight
Lot of
answer.
words.
I'm
I'm giving you
hoping to
that.
get a straight answer.
I'm giving you the straight answer. The straight answer is when those projects come forward from administration, from the staff, they then have to review it for purposes of the CDBG grant funding. That is their job, is to make those recommendations to city council.
So their only thing is, if administration brings forward a project that they would not like, they could vote no on that project.
They could vote to not recommend it to city
But they
council.
can't vote to recommend a project that's not brought forward by administration. That'd be a
As it
yes.
sits, yes, because as I said, the CDBG board is not coming forward with a project, they're coming forward with a
You can just say
recommendation.
yes. So that's my overriding problem with the CDBG process currently, is that it's administration driven. It is an up and down. These people don't have really a say besides voting no. So because we oversee administration, I would like city council to take a firmer view of the CDBG process. And we've all seen the rules. It was put in our packets. I think that I can make a determination of whether I believe something follows the CDBG guidelines or not. And I think that's why I want the 30 days. I want it to come, so if we want to make changes to the allocation recommended, they're not approving, they're recommending to us approval. I want to make changes to their recommendations. I mean, the planning commission makes recommendations to us all the time, the city council just ignores the recommendations. The last 4 or 5 projects that have come through here, the city council has ignored the recommendations. So the idea that somehow we can't ignore the recommendations of the CDBG commission is fantasy. So that's why, and I don't want to disagree with Mrs. Ark, because I know that she comes from a very good place, and I don't mean, I've talked with the commissioners, and they would like different projects, but they're not being provided those projects. So I would like to make sure that city administration is taking a firmer, city council is taking a firm review of the program. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I also want to talk a little bit about our tour at Sakra. It was very interesting. First time I had ever been to a MRF. And somebody had asked me a few days back if recycling material really gets recycling, if it just goes to a dump. And I told them that they go to Sakra, and they said, well, what happens if Sakra's closed? And so I asked, and actually they have 2 backups. So our recycling gets recycled. Our recycling gets recycled for sure. And as Mr. Radke pointed out, one of the things I asked was, do the taxpayers have to fund this thing, or is it funded through the products you sell? And the only thing that they have to pay to get rid of is glass. But they turn a profit. They make more money than they spend. So it is a business that is effective. definitely it's effective. I just want to make sure that, I don't want to put words in Mrs. Yarko's, Councilwoman Yarko's mouth, but without objection, I would like city management to organize and put on a town hall on recycling, without objection.
Any objection?
Okay. Okay, very good, thank you.
What I said?
Well, it was more of a thought than it was a direction. So, sorry.
Good job, Ms. Zarko.
But it was
side.
Councilwoman Zarko's idea. I just wanted to make sure that it's going to happen. Okay. And something else Mrs. Zarko said, I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you tonight, but I want to, you know, I guess I'm a little frustrated. We don't direct, it's been said several times now, we don't direct employees. We certainly don't direct employees. We shouldn't. Even when there's the slightest of the little misunderstanding about a communication between a city council person and an employee, the city attorney gives you a letter saying, hey, stay in your lane. So we don't do that. But I have to say, our boards and commissions are here to advise city council. They're here to advise city council. We want to hear from our boards and commissions on the issues that they're talking about, whether it's the Community Alliance, it's the Youth Advisory Board, et cetera, et cetera. So I had brought a couple meetings ago, and ironically, we passed the budget tonight, so we're going to have a DEI program, and somebody overseeing the DEI program. A couple weeks ago, I brought up making our charter gender neutral, and it got shot down. So I was going to go to the Community Alliance, and I was going to pitch my idea to them, and if they bought in, ask them to advise council on their thoughts on having a gender neutral charter. But the city liaison told them they had to disinvite me until she told her boss that they invited a city council member. And I'm not sure why I just can't show up as a citizen, not even a city council, as a citizen, to any board or commission and take part. I find that very frustrating, and frankly, it makes me a little angry. Our boards and commissions are here to advise us, period. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, going through the bills, I see we paid $4,000 to store rain barrels. Why did we pay $4,000 to store rain barrels?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Yanez, I'd have to look into the bill a little more specifically. There was a period of time where they were storing, the company was storing rain barrels for residents who did not pick them up, but who had reserved them. So there was a charge. We worked through that with the company, but I can certainly get you more information if you'd like.
Well, I'm not sure why we spent $4,000. If somebody else didn't pick up their rain barrel, then they should have got the charge. But $4,000, even in a $250 million budget, is still a lot of money. And also in our bills, there was a line item for a Mr. Scott Kolanowski, $25,000 for professional services at Velocity. Do you know what kind of professional services he provided for $25,000?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Yanez, as you know, there's a number of service providers at Velocity, and we contract with them. They're not full-time employees. You're very familiar with Velocity and that setup. So he's one of a handful of contractors that we work with on the small business grant program and other business incubation and acceleration services. So he's part of the Velocity program.
And then, and again, through the chair to the city manager. Last meeting, I think it was Councilman Radke, asked for a rundown on communities, surrounding communities that have inspection fees, fire inspection fees. I'm not sure if that was a direction or it was direction. Is that something that city administration is working on to present to council?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Yanez, yes.
Yes. And do you have an idea when we might see that? Next meeting, maybe?
I'm not sure about the next meeting, but you'll have it very soon.
And then, last but not least, since, we did pass the budget tonight, we added the second assistant city manager, and we talked about succession planning. I would like to have communication from you on some sort of timeline when you think you and Mr. Bohorsky will separate from service.
I object to that.
I
I
object
think
as
it's
well.
totally, it's totally inappropriate. Look, Mr. Vanderpool, I mean, were you gonna go to,
No. He works for, first of all, he works for us.
okay, you can ask the question, but I would say right now, I don't think he should answer. I think it's
It's a
totally out of line.
communication. I'm not
It's
asking
totally
you
out
to
of
answer in
line.
public.
It's totally
The
ridiculous.
definition.
And to tell you something, Mr. Yanez, it's vindictive.
It's
And I
not
can-
vindictive.
Well, this is my
We're
opinion.
talking about, no,
Hold on.
I have the floor,
No, you don't.
I
I
don't?
do.
Oh,
Okay?
Oh, sure, go ahead. But I'm going to get the floor back.
Yeah, of course you
Okay,
will.
very good.
I think it's vindictive. I think you come up here you're picking Scott Kolonowski out of the middle of 100 pages of bills saying, what does this person do? It's gotcha. It's coming up here to just sort of antagonize Mr. Vanderpool. I've noticed it for months. I don't think it's productive. I think you're a politician and you're an elected official and you certainly have the right to do whatever you want there. All 6 of us have sat back and watched you do it month after month after month after month. Okay? You got some personal beef going on. This ain't the place to deal with it. I don't think it's an appropriate question. I don't think he should have to answer it. I think if you want to have a private conversation with him about, hey, what are your long-term plans? What are your long-term goals? That's certainly well within your right. But to put him on the spot and say, I want you to tell the entire public right now, when are you leaving? Or give me a timeline for when you're prepared to answer that, I think it's inappropriate.
I didn't say the entire public.
You can have the floor now.
I didn't say the entire public. He works at the behest of city council. We just spent $200,000 on a second assistant city manager based on succession planning. And well, that's a private conversation, but Mr. Vanderpool did allude to at some point that him and Mr. Bohorsky are on the same timeline. I just don't know what the timeline is. It can be a private communication. I'm not asking him to stand up here and tell the world, but maybe as his employer, we should at least have an idea of if there's going to be a succession plan, it's going to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. I'm okay with it. There's no wrong answer here. I would just like does he want to stay till he's 65? That's okay. I would just sort of like an idea. I'm not picking on him. I'm not being vindictive. But we know when the police chief is going to retire. We know when the fire chief is going to retire. We know when the DPW guy is going to retire. And if we're doing a succession plan, I would like to have an idea when Mr. Vanderpool thinks he's done working and he wants to retire.
Chair does not recognize that question. You may continue.
Okay. No, all done.
All right, anybody else?
Mayor
under
Taylor.
Communications? Mrs.
sorry.
Sarowski.
No, that's okay.
I'm jumping in, sorry.
all right.
Okay, so just a point of order to clarify that, and I'm going to jump in with that. Succession planning, which many businesses do, does not mean exit planning. There is a difference. Succession planning is to build the team and to have support for each position. It is not an exit plan for each position. There's a very big difference. So I'm going to leave that where it is. But that is what the difference is between what Mr. Yanez is asking for and what we're trying to do here in this situation. And now, to a different subject. I really do like what Mrs. Ziarko said about the sewer situation, but through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, the situation with the sewer and what this county wants to do at 15 and Dodge, they want to build like a house over the sewer pod? Is that, Sorrento, okay. Is that what they're going to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski. It's at Sorrento. So
Okay.
there's actually 4 locations where they're going to be installing odor control devices.
Okay, and I would expect that, yes, they probably wouldn't want to do that type of a building at Dodge Park, or right there at Dodge Park in Utica, because that would obstruct traffic, and it would certainly be something that would not fit and be safe for driving, so I wouldn't expect they would do that, so I would certainly support something underground as well. Great idea. I have to say that coming from family of six of us, how many are there? I don't even know anymore. That, I know, there's too many Sarowskis in the world. I just spent weekends with all of them.
I agree.
I know. Just saying, love you, honey. I'm sure you're watching. But I love the trash bins. I have to say, in the recycling, I filled up my recycling bin now twice. Thank you. Yes, it is the Amazon boxes. I'm glad they recycle those the most over at Sakra. But I love them. I would support some options. I know this is still evolving. A different option than the bags for yard waste, because it's raining right now. And we have a bunch of paper yard bags right now outside that are getting soaked, that will probably be picked up. And when I fill my yard bag, I fill it. And I'm sure the guys are gonna pick it up and wonder, how they're gonna clean up the mess that they just made. So I would support some type of a container or an option that maybe we can pursue, maybe even next year, but something so that we don't have that mess that's going to be created because of the wet bags that are gonna open up on the ground. And then, through the chair, again to Mr. Vanderpool, are there any more, speaking of rain barrels, are there any more rain barrels available? Because I've had my name on that list since the beginning. I've never been called. I've never been alerted to this rain barrel situation, and I've never received one. I'm still waiting. Not very patiently at this moment.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski, well, obviously, there's no preferential treatment.
Not at all.
I'm glad to hear that. But I'll check on that. I don't know where you're at on the list. There are some extras, so I'll certainly check and get back with you.
I would appreciate a rain barrel. Otherwise, I'm have to go buy mine at Lowe's, and I want it to be like the rest of them. So thank you. And really, that's all I have to say. It's getting late, and we still have a lot in closed session. Thank you.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll be brief. So first of all, on the issue of Mr. Vanderpool and his secession plan, I think we all know Mr. Vanderpool well enough that when he makes the decision to exit the city of Sterling Heights, he is going to be professional enough to give us his plan ahead of time so that we can plan for his replacement. And I think it's totally out of line to ask him to even suggest what his plan is. I think that's unprofessional on our side. So that's all I'll say about that. Since my colleagues went to the recycle center, there's been a great debate now that we've started curbside recycling. In the past, there were only certain numbers of plastic, certain numbers on the plastic that you were allowed to recycle. You were not allowed to recycle green and brown glass. That has changed now. Did they mention anything about the numbered plastics? Or when we have our workshop, that can be addressed. And I highly suggest that we televise that workshop and play it over and over again. So if any of my colleagues that were there could answer that question, Mrs. Ziarko?
Through the chair, thank you. I will say that we noticed that, well, because we paid attention to it, that, believe it or not, they had Tide, Prestone antifreeze, Maxwell House coffee, all those plastic containers were scrunched up in one big cube, which I don't know how they cleanse the Prestone antifreeze or whatever. So that we question, but the bottles, water bottles, probably they get almost nothing for them. They're, but that was something that was also put together. We didn't even ask about numbers, but I do know that like the water bottle has a different number than the Tide would have or whatever, or your margarine containers. But we didn't ask, so that would be a good question to follow up with.
Because it was not on any of the literature. I'm sorry, Mr. Yanas.
So there is an automated system that reads the density of the plastic, and there's automated arms that will pick up the preferred, all the plastic, but it is picked up and it's read and it's all automated.
So, go ahead.
Well, and the other thing that I asked is, on the old recycling bins, we had a chart as to what was recyclable, okay? And so I asked if they had a chart for our bins, and they said because the commodity market changes so much, and, you know, they don't put a label on it, because there's some things that they might not even collect later on, or they might add later on, but they said it changes so much, that's why they don't have a chart.
Okay, and green and brown glasses can be collected now?
It's all broken together in one big heap.
Because we never could when we went to the
Yeah,
recycle centers.
it's
It
in
was
one
only
big
clear
heap, they had
glass.
all colors, looked like beach glass.
Yeah, they said that they pay to have it, that's
Yeah.
one thing they pay to have recycled.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, but it was not on any of the literature that we received that we could do all numbers now, or that it had.
As long as it has the triangle.
So, and as far as the yard waste containers, I think I brought this up when Mr. Cole was here from the DPW about having just the regular 35 gallon that we're using now, or 65 gallon, and his answer was, in the contract, it states their compost container or the paper bags. So that's the contract we signed, is what Mr. Josh Cole said when he was at the meeting, if I recall correctly. So, other than that, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a reminder, our police department recognizes Police Week and will host a Law Enforcement Day memorial ceremony on Thursday, May 16th at 1 o'clock. It will be held at the pavilion in front of the police department. In the event of rain, the ceremony will take place in council chambers on the same date and time. So hopefully, if you're available, please come and join us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Look, I hate wading into this, and it might seem like I love it, but I really don't. But I just want to make comments about flying the LGBTQ flag. So I want to tie this in to something that I've noticed happening a lot. It's happened a lot over the last 10 or 15 years. It happens somewhat regularly now, is that somebody can come up to the podium and they can address the city council, and without any sort of empirical evidence or without any sort of verification, they can just make a blanket statement that this is the sentiment of the entire city, or this is the sentiment of the vast majority of the city. And I don't know where you come up with this stuff. I really don't. I really, really don't. It's not hard to find. I mean, I think that we talk a lot about the city of Sterling Heights, pretty diverse city, pretty representative city of the country at large. If you look at how we vote in national and state elections, we're a pretty good bellwether community. I think we're not, again, as I said before, we're not super affluent, we're not super impoverished. We're sort of a very good cross-section of America in general, I think. And so if you look at polling numbers, you know, what do the people think about the LGBTQ plus community? Well, about 80% of the people think that there should be well, I should say about 95% of the people think that the LGBTQ plus community should have broad equal rights. Luckily, only about 3 or 5% of the community thinks that they shouldn't have equal rights. Should they serve in the armed forces? About 80% to 90% say, yeah, they should be able to serve in the armed forces. Should they be able to get married? About 70% say that, so they should be able to get married. Should they be discriminated against, and should it be prohibited that they be discriminated against in housing or jobs? 80% of the community says yes, or says no. It should be prohibited that they would be discriminated against in housing or jobs. About 80% of the community feels very strongly that regardless of your sexual orientation, you should have equal rights. And this is a long time coming. Just 20 years ago, these numbers weren't exactly flipped, but they certainly were minority rights, meaning that much less than 50% of the people felt that this is the way it should be. So 20 years ago, in 2004, I think that was the year that the state of Michigan voted on these issues. A lot of progress has been made in 20 years. A lot. And I'm not going to sit here and take credit for it, and I don't think the city council is, But it's because we recognize these things. It's because people like our city council have taken a stand and said, no, we're not going to just be silent. These are your neighbors. These are your coworkers. These are your friends. These are your family members. These are people that you love. These are people that love you back. And we're going to take a stand, and it's not done yet. The work ain't done. We're going to keep making it, at least I am, I'm going to keep being vocal about it. That they're members of our community, they're welcome here, that they're going to get recognized that they're welcome here, and that's how it's going to be. So when you come up here and you say, you know what? The great majority are offended by the flag. Well, the actual empirical polling numbers suggest the opposite. In fact, Ms. Elias, it suggests that you are in the vocal, the loud, vocal, but small minority. And here's what I gotta say. Mr. Radke brought it up. It'd be one thing if we didn't have any way of gauging this. I was part of the city council, Mrs. Schmidt, Mrs. Zarko, Mrs. Koski were part of the city council back in 2014 when we were the first community in Macomb County to pass a human rights ordinance to protect members of the community. We all got reelected in 2015. And what did we run against? We ran against a bunch of people like you that made that the main issue. And you all lost. You didn't just lose, you came in last place by wide margins. So then you tried again in 2017. And what happened? We all got reelected, and your slate got completely destroyed. So you tried again in 2019. And what happened? The same group of people. And then you tried again in 2021. And what happened? The same group of people. So you can't come up here and tell me that the residents support your position when in 15, 17, 19, and 21, it was roundly rejected and defeated at the ballot box. So I feel very comfortable that what this city council is doing is supported by the vast majority of the residents, the great majority of the residents. And whether it's supported by the great majority of the residents or not, it's the right thing to do. And I will lose an election doing the right thing. Absolutely. I won't lose the election doing the wrong thing to try to get elected. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn into closed session.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mrs. Koski,
Yes.
Mr. Radke.
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Yes.
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
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 All right, we may be returning. We may not. But we will adjourn into closed session. Okay, recalling this meeting back to order, Mr. Radke.
Resolve to authorize the city attorney to pursue all available remedies to abate the nuisance conditions and code violations existing at 33265 Sebastian Lane.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.